respond properly, they make peace. In spite of danger, criticism, or discomforts, not to give up. And even in this world, a person is great when they never give up. Whether they're athletes, or politicians, or businessmen, or philanthropists, people who are great that people remember on any level of society are people who, despite all difficulties, obstacles, and impossible situations, they didn't give up. And if people could do that for political power, for money, for helping people in a philanthropic way, devotees should be willing to do that.
Hare Krishna. Is it coming or? Yeah? Just coming. How do they say anything? Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivastava Rama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Rama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaura Acharine Nirvisesha Sunyabadi Paschatya Deshatari Namaste Gauravani Tata Nirvisesha Sunyabadi Paschatya Deshatari Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrindam Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Onitai Gauda Haribo, 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 Onitai Gauda Haribo. Or Pramanandi, Hari Haribo. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Nitai Gaur. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So, reading from Bhagavad-gita as it is by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. So, thank you for coming and sorry for being so high up, but my hip, I need to sit up, otherwise I get sore injury. Okay, so my understanding is that there is no allocated verse, as generally it is in Bhagavad-gita classes, or section or chapter. So it's whatever questions you have. I mean, I have something to present, but if there are some questions or some suggestions in terms of topics that you want to discuss, areas that you want to explore, or questions that you have, is there anyone who has any questions related to Bhagavad Gita. Jackson? I volunteer you.
I volunteer as tribute. Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, if you offer me a leaf,
Uh-huh.
a flower, you know that beautiful verse, I will accept it.
Mm-hmm.
And so what about a tea leaf?
Tea leaf.
Yeah, and then so and then it because he said he would accept it, so then it becomes prasadam, but it
Yeah.
contradicts the four regulative principles.
Mm. So which leaf?
A tea.
I know. But what I'm saying is
Yes.
the question is which leaf?
Thank you. Hare
Yeah.
Krishna.
Okay, so Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita in chapter 9, text number. Anyone knows that verse? 26, Patram Pushpam, yeah? So that's in chapter 9, which is called the most confidential knowledge, or the secret of all secrets, topmost form of yoga, the topmost religion, etc. So in that chapter, some secrets are revealed. That's why the title of the chapter, the most confidential knowledge. So, and then he mentions leaf, patram, that's the word, Sanskrit word for leaf. So, patram pushpam phalam toyam. If you offer me, amongst other things, flower, fruit, water, or leaf, I will accept it. As long as there is bhakti, because that's the ingredient that he's looking for. Now, that leaf, according to the Shastras, according to the scriptures, and according to Krishna himself, is the leaf of Tulsi, Tulsi leaf, the sacred plant of Tulsi. That's what the leaf that he's referring to. And there are background stories of why that leaf, why not other leaves. Now, the question is, what if I offer other leaves, like a leaf of tea or a leaf of something else? If we take that parameter as any leaf, right? Krishna says further in that same chapter, I believe it's text number, the very next one, 27. He says, Jat karoshi jarashnot. So you have the Gitas there? Yeah? So you have Gitas there? So if we go to chapter 9 and in text number 27, right? The very next verse of the one that we are referring to. We were in 26, and then we go to 27. 27 says, Jat karoshi jarashnoshi jajuhosi dadasi jat. That's Sanskrit. The translation of that says, whatever you do, right? Whatever you eat, whatever you offer, or whatever you give away, whatever austerities, sacrifices you perform, do that, O son of Kunti, as an offering to me. So we may say, if we take the leaf example as a model, and he says, oh, what about, he said leaf. So here's a leaf of whatever I imagine could be a leaf. What about the next verse? Jat karosi, whatever you do, right? That's what literally says, whatever you do. So I can say, whatever I do, I offer it to Krishna, and he should accept it. I'm doing it with love. You know, I can do some criminal activity, I can do some sinful activity, and I will just accept it. So Prabhupada explains in the purport of those two verses that there is the element of love. I mean, the whole bhakti philosophy, the whole process of bhakti yoga, it's based on that. Bhakti means love or devotion. And the simple way that we can understand that is when we are doing something for someone with love. Prabhupada gives example of mother or father and a child, right? He gives example of the mother. The mother is always thinking of the child. A normal mother, yeah, a healthy, mentally healthy mother will be thinking, I want the best for my child. She doesn't even need to take a course or have a certificate, but naturally she will be thinking. I mean, it's always the mothers, because I'm a father, I always like to say a parent. But the idea is love. And it's constantly the father or mother thinking about the child. Now, reversing that, in the same way, the child to reciprocate with the father or mother also do things with love. Sometimes imperfectly. Like sometimes we see children when they are learning how to talk or to walk. And you may see that father or mother becomes very excited when they say the first word. That's a big one, right? First word, everyone is, excited, and they film and video the little one saying Baba, Papa, Mama, or something like that. Why? Because of love. It's incorrect. It's imperfect. But because it expresses some love, some, let's say, good intention, right, from the child to the father or the mother, then the father or mother feels very excited, very pleased, and definitely accepts that. Sometimes I remember my little daughter, Janavi, I forgot how old she was, maybe 2, 3, and she will see the devotees cooking, the Matajis mostly cooking in the temple, and she had her toys and dolls and things like that, and she had a kitchen, one of those, toy kitchen, and she will cook, right? And she will be, I observed her, I kept an eye on her, just in case she does something or goes somewhere. Kept an eye, and she was seriously cooking, just imitating the grown-ups. And then she will sit the dolls like that, and she will talk to them, And then at some point, she will, like devotees do, once they finish cooking, you cook. I seen you in the kitchen, right? Jackson is always in the kitchen, so I know. So at some point, the whole thing stops. And then what happens? You ring the bell, and you offer the food, say some prayers, bless the food, etc. And then the whole fun starts. Everybody starts clapping, and then everyone comes. It's like every day, twice or thrice a day is what happens up here. So the same way, she will stop, and then she mumbled. She didn't know the words, and then she mumbled, and like that, and she would do like this, close her eyes, and she said, "Okay, that prasadam." And I just go, and then she says, "Okay, here's your," like especially when the Maha comes, when the Maha prasadam, everybody knows. If you have been here for more than 24 hours, you know what I'm talking about, because we go there, and it's like bees. And then the sweet rice and the puri and the pakoras, and it's just little. So if you're not fast and furious, you will miss out. So then I said, and then she'll go, "Oh, you want sweet rice?" And then I'll put eat, and then I'll just fake it like that, But the whole exchange it's love. Yeah, that's the idea. Now, when it comes to Krishna, asking for certain things beyond the detail of what type of leaf is, and as it is explained, he's referring to tulsi leaf. That's why every offering that it's done to the deities always has a tulsi leaf, right? And as I said earlier, there is a reason why. And the reason for that leaf to be there, it's because there was a great devotee of Krishna, and there are so many details, but it's too long a story to tell it all. But basically, at some point, Krishna promised that devotee, because she says, "You are very stone-hearted. You are very bad with me," and Krishna was excusing himself. He was saying that, I really accept your love. I accept your, no, you have done this, you have done that, and this is not right. And then he said, "I promise you that from now on end, I will only accept those things that have a tulsi leaf. So whenever somebody offers me something, it has to have that leaf. And you will become a tulsi plant. And that's why tulsi leaves are offered to Krishna. Why? Because it signifies the acceptance of Krishna's love for that devotee. So that's the background story. So in the same way, when devotees offer anything, whether a preparation or when we sing or we build a temple or do anything, it's done with love. That's why Krishna says, and if you can see in 26, text number 26, the word bhakti is repeated twice. Patram pushpam phalam toyam jome bhaktya. Bhaktya means with love. Bhakti means love. Bhaktya, in the second line, refers to with love, with devotion. That's the translation. Yome bhakta prayachati. Prayachati means offers. Bhakti uparitan, in the third line. He says, Bhakti paritan, if you offer with devotion, I will accept it. I will accept it. We can, we could even say, I will accept it with love. If you offer with love, I will accept it with love. It's reciprocal. That's the idea. So that's one of the things. In the same way, the very next verse that refers to whatever you do, because extrapolating your question into that verse, you say, what if whatever I do, I offer with love, will Krishna accept it, right? And the explanation from the spiritual masters is that as long as that action is within the things that Krishna likes, right? For example, if I don't know if any of you have worked as a waiter or as a waitress, and what happens when you're waiting tables and then you are serving people, and then you go and then you ask them, would you like this or would you like that, right? That's what a waiter or a waitress do. And the person says, yes, bring me this, bring me that. Would you like this with ice or not? Or would you like this much or that much? And then your job as a waiter is to please the person. If the person says, oh no, give me, cold water or ice water, some cubes or something, and then you bring it boiling water, it's the opposite. So it's not acceptable. Why would you do this? So the idea of the whole Bhagavad Gita is to encourage devotees to act with love. Now, this is a very extreme situation if we take everything in context, because here, what Arjuna is being asked by Krishna is to fight. He's a warrior. So as a warrior, Krishna is asking Arjuna to fight for him or on his behalf, for the sake of Dharma and all that. So that's the context of the Gita, that whatever we do it with love, but in a sensical, in a common sense context, we have to do the things which are beneficial or pleasing to Krishna, like that. And that applies to anybody. Like, with my wife, if I say, or she says, I'm at the supermarket, do you want me to bring something for you? No, it's all right, I'm okay, no, but I can bring something, she cooks, so she likes to cook. She says, just bring anything, and I bring something that she doesn't like, she won't be happy. Well, why would you bring that? I don't like that. She may not say, she may just keep quiet and says, it's okay, leave it there. But she's not happy. I know, right? I may say something and say, I don't like it, why you bring it? So there has to be some sense in what we do. And the more you know the person, the more you know what he or she likes. So the more we read about Krishna, the more we know what he likes and also what he dislikes. He's a person. So for example, when we come to the temple, or when we read about descriptions about Krishna, we get to know about him, the Supreme Person. There is this chapter, for example, chapter 15. It's called the Yoga of the Supreme Person. With chapter 12 is the shortest chapter of the Gita. Only has 20 verses, right? So in this chapter, Krishna is explained. How do we connect with the best person? Prabhupada translate Purushottam. Purushottam means the best person, right? So in this chapter, he explains the relationship that we have with him. Scientifically, Sankhya it's called, Sankhya. So technically, how is that? The Lord is in our heart. The Lord is manifested in the fire of digestion. We don't even know that. You just eat, and you don't have to do anything. You don't have to press any buttons or anything like that. You just eat happily if you're hungry, and if it's, during the day, it's easier to digest. But the digestion is done for you. This is something that Krishna has designed as the universal creator. And then we can nurture ourselves with food like that. Now, all these things are material, we may say, but if they are done with love, and that's even proven materially, right? The common saying, I used to work in hospitals, the common saying is that people hate hospital food. Have you ever heard that one? Horrible, because it's kind of mass-produced and just chuck something in there and put it there like that. But it is proven that when people feed you with love, people are, it's like a soothing experience, right? I have worked in hospitals, as I said, and when the food will come around, I could see the patients going like, we don't want this. But if the family will come and sneak something in, you're Italian, right? What is your background? What is your background? What is your background? Yeah, where you come from? Oh, all right, okay. Because every time I see you, I think you are from Brazil. Or something. It reminds me, I said, Mate, he looks Brazilian. But when Italian people or other people will bring some food to the patients, they were very excited. And I can understand a little Italian or Portuguese, or because I speak Spanish. And they will say, don't say anything to the nurses, or don't say anything to the doctors, because they are forbidden to eat food cooked outside. But because it's done with love. So that's the idea. So things that are done with love, we perceive it. Even an animal can perceive, right? If the owner says something or does something to the animal with love, can perceive it. So if something so basic like amongst people, or as I said, even animals, why can God, the Supreme Person, feel that? So the offering of the leaf, tulsi leaf, and any other activities, as Krishna refers to in the Gita, the purpose is that it has the element of love, and that's called in Sanskrit bhakti. Right, that was a long-winded answer for a short question. Any other questions? Anybody?
I actually don't have it.
You don't have?
I always have questions.
Oh yeah, I noticed. So go for it. I have questions for you, not for you, for everyone, but anyway. Okay. Has any one of you read the Gita or part of it? Thank you. May the light be with you. Has any one of you read the Bhagavad-gita? Yes, the whole Gita? Yeah? Not the whole? Yeah, part of it? Yeah? All right. So we meaning my wife and I and other friends, we have a program that we call it the Gita for Everyone. It's called the Gita program, where we present the Gita in its entirety in whatever time we have, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 45 minutes, 1 hour, whatever. It's possible. And we use a very simple technique. it's the same technique that we use for what's called the Bhakti Shastra course, or the official course of the Bhakti path, the line or of Bhakti. And the easy way to do it is that, for example, let's do a bit of active learning. How many chapters the Bhagavad-gita? Anybody? 18? How many? So the ones who answer cannot answer again. How many verses the Bhagavad-gita? Except you two? 700. Okay. That's good. You said 18 chapters? Yeah? 18 chapters? Okay. So for example, in the Bhagavad-gita, the easy way to understand it, eventually, and to study it, is to divide it. The 18 chapters are divided into 3 sections of 6 chapters each. Right? That's the easiest way. Okay? So we will do that. First is division, dividing things. That's one way to understand things. That's generic. Bhagavad Gita is no difference. The second thing is to condense it. The first thing is dividing. Anything that you want to study, if you divide it, it's easier. That's why books have chapters, pages, page numbered, etc. So the first thing, dividing. 18 chapters, divided into 3 sections, 6 chapters each. The second point is summarizing. Okay, we need to summarize the whole thing. We need to summarize the whole chapter. We need to summarize the whole book or the whole section. Right? And we can do it with one word. One word. And I can show it to you. I can prove it to you. It's like a magician that's telling you, I'm going to show you how I do this magic. So it's an open secret. Prabhupada has done it for us. So the first one will be what? What's the technique? Dividing. The second will be condensing, summarizing. And the third will be? One word. Okay. The one word we can say connecting. Okay, so dividing, summarizing, and connecting. So those 3 things. You remember that. It's easy or easier. Especially for people like me that don't have that good memory or that much brains. It's good to use these tips, techniques, or tricks, strategies like that. So, we stop there. And remember what I said, because I'm going to ask them later. This is what's called active learning. If you sit there and I keep talking, after 7 minutes or 8 minutes, you will forget what I said in the beginning. So, but if I ask you, and then you have to struggle, even if you feel a little awkward, because I will stop talking until somebody gives me an answer, then that means active learning. You all will be involved in the act of discussing or studying, right? And some of you may be thinking, I hope he doesn't ask me. I hope he doesn't point at me. I hope he doesn't look at me, etc. But you're involved anyway. Instead of daydreaming and thinking, oh, what I have to cook tomorrow morning, or what I have to do, like that. So this is what's called active learning. Okay, so we put a pause there. Any other question? Generally, there are no questions at this time, because now you're worrying about what I'm going to ask. All right, so let's do that. Bhagavad-gita has 18 chapters. Those 18 chapters divided into how many sections? 3 sections. 1 to 6, 7 to 12, and 13 till 18. Okay? All right? Okay. So, and the trick is the one word. That's a very powerful trick, and I can direct you at least to a class that Srila Prabhupada gives in 74. It's on YouTube. Where he says, even if one learn one word of this book, you can achieve perfection. One word. How many verses? 700 verses. So hundreds, if not thousands of words. Out of all those thousands of words, if you can remember one word, we can achieve perfection. That generally sells it for you, right? Imagine if something costs, I don't know, $100,000, and somebody says, if you give me $1, you can have this, right? That would be a bargain. That would be a good offer. So that's the idea. Okay, how we can summarize things to the point that one word can help us to achieve perfection. So I'm making it easier because whatever it is, this book is somewhat thick, right? And we may say, I have no time. I'm not used to read so much, especially philosophy, or, it's complicated. Sanskrit, I don't know Sanskrit. It's too much, right? All right, so 3 sections. The first 3 sections, for those who want to study Bhagavad-gita, want to learn Bhagavad-gita, or remember Bhagavad-gita, one of the tricks is to remember the titles of the chapters. I'm going to ask you a question now. Any chapter title that you remember, even if you don't know the number of the chapter, any chapter title that you remember? The Supreme Person, the Yoga of the Supreme Person, that's chapter 15. Okay, any other chapter that you remember? Okay, just one. Karma Yoga. Okay, so it's Karma Yoga or Karma Yoga Action in Krishna Consciousness? Okay, so that will be chapter 5. Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. So you're from Italy. You don't drive here, right? You drive? Okay, right. So I remember when I arrived in Australia 25 years ago. At that time, the internet wasn't like it is now. There wasn't GPS so common. I mean, I remember you had to buy something that cost over $200, TomTom or something like that, to take you around. And most people will use the street directory. Big, thick book, like a phone book. And I remember sweating cold, going somewhere, didn't know the place, and we'll be with the pages and driving, so. But the point is that eventually when I get to know, I used to live in Perth, Western Australia, then Perth is a very simple, easy city to navigate around. And you have north of the river, the center, and south of the river. So it's very simple, right? So at some point I knew north of the river, center, the hills, and south of the river. And then further, I got to know some places. In the north, I lived in the north, Joondalup, and there's further here, and the beach is here, and the hills are here. So the more I got to know the area, it was easy for me. I'll jump on the freeway, just go there and take that exit, and that's it. And we all have that experience, right? Now, I can guarantee you one thing. The places or the suburbs, here we are in paradise, so it's easier or harder, depends. But if you live in a city, I can guarantee you that if I ask you which are the suburbs that you know the most, right? Or that you're the most familiar with, which suburbs will that be? Anyone? Yeah, number 1, the one that you live in. Blinded, you can go there. Right? Next, what other suburbs would you be familiar with? Where? The place where you work. You live and work, yeah? Especially if you're going to the office, and it's not like now many people work from home, or hybrid. And the people where your loved ones live, right? Imagine your cousin says, come for the weekend for this and that. Where do you live? I forgot where you live. That would be a little strange. You know the places that you have some connection with. How do you say connection in Sanskrit? Yoga. So every time we see the word yoga, means there's some connection. There's something for me there. And therefore you can just go to that suburb. So in the same way, if we develop some connection with the chapters, it's easy for us to go there. All right? So going back to zooming out the whole Bhagavad Gita, 3 sections, 6 chapters each. Right. So you remember The Yoga of the Supreme. Jackson, what chapter number was that? 15. Good. It's one of the shortest chapter. With 12, they have only 20 verses. Okay, so chapter 15, that's in the third section. You said Karma Yoga, action in Krishna consciousness. That's what chapter number? 5. Okay. Chapter 5 has a cousin chapter, which is chapter 3. Why? Because they share the same name. It's called Karma Yoga. Only. No Karma Yoga, action in Krishna consciousness. Like that. Okay, so we have different chapters in different places. My humble request, if you want to study Gita or remember Gita, learn the titles. The titles is the simplest of all, whatever words you know. And then the next question when you learn the title is why that title? Why Karma Yoga, action in Krishna consciousness? Right? Because sometimes the titles can be quite complex. I tell you simply, right? Remember the 3 techniques that we had? One was what? Number 1 was what? Dividing. Second? Condensing. And third? Connecting. One word. Okay? Action in Krishna consciousness. What is the word that I'm going to hinge my explanation about it? It's action. Action, okay? Action means, for example, when you take a medicine, like a pill or something like that, you have fever or your stomach ache or headache or something, you take a pill, right? And then what happens, that pill has many chemical ingredients. You may know or may not know medicine or anything, or chemistry or anything. What happens, you take that, take it with water or food or whatever they recommend you take it with. After a few minutes of you taking it, what happened? Those chemical ingredients, they become activated. You know, there's some action going within your system, and then there's some effect. Huh? So Karma Yoga, action in Krishna consciousness, refers to the explanation of what happens when you take up this process of Krishna consciousness. Okay? And I tell you, in one word, what happens? Okay, you all I have seen you here for a few months, a few years. You all practice Krishna consciousness. What is one thing? This is not a $1 million. I don't have it. And even if I would have it, I won't give it away. But what is one thing? Just tell me one thing that you feel, that you experience as an effect of being here practicing bhakti. One thing. It doesn't have to be a pretty word. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. Yeah, I know. 4 o'clock in the morning, you wake up, you people are crazy. One thing. Could be anything. No, but one thing that you experience. Okay, that's, stability, equanimity, yeah? Love. Yeah. I mean, no, it's nice. It's a good word. No wrong answers. Drive, enthusiasm, right? Fight for the sake of fighting. One thing, just one thing. Austerity. It is hard. Yeah. You have to wait for a few decades for that to feel different. Anything. Austerity means, compassion. Compassion? Who said? Compassion. You feel compassion. Okay. All those words, all those answers are correct. But this is what Krishna says. Because when you study Bhagavad-gita, what we are studying is what Krishna says. He says, Mama Matir. This is what I'm thinking. This is my opinion, he says. He's a person, right? He's humble. So I invite you to, if you want to know the answer, the one word for this chapter, you can go to the very last verse of the chapter, text number 29. And Srila Prabhupada called this verse the peace formula. Okay, why the peace formula? Because Krishna says, a person in full consciousness of me, knowing me to be the ultimate beneficiary of all sacrifices and austerity, the supreme lord of all planets and demigods, and the benefactor and well-wisher of all living entities, attains peace. Attains peace. The first thing that we attain when we are practicing correctly a proper spiritual path is peace. And how do you say peace in Sanskrit? Huh? Shanti. And Krishna says, Gyatomam Shantin Richati. So that's one word. If you remember the word Shanti, then you can remember what Krishna is explaining in this chapter. Shanti or peace is the authentic proof that a spiritual life is actually working, has become active. And that's why this chapter is called Karma Yoga, Action in Krishna Consciousness. And in this way we can explain all the 18 chapters. So go back to our little exercise. Still we have 15 minutes. We have done it in less than that, so I'm confident that we can do it. So 3 sections. The first 6 chapters. In the first 6 chapters, the main point of all those 6 chapters, it's one thing, more than one thing. It's one person. Guess who that person is? You know? It's a guess. It's about one person. And one person only. You will be surprised by the answer, actually. Arjun? Yes. Warm. In one sense, Arjuna is like taken as a sample. He's like what we call case study. My background is social worker, so case study, right? In the Bhagavad-gita, there are a few people, but the main 2 people who are here are Arjuna and Krishna, right? And Krishna is teaching Arjuna about his identity. But as Prabhupada explains, Arjuna is representing us. In other words, the first 6 chapters are about you. Okay? The first 6 chapters are about you. Meaning you, and I, and everyone else. It's about us. It's about the soul. It's about every living entity. That includes you. Okay, so now we're going to go quite fast so you understand. I'm going to have to prove that it's about you. In the first chapter of the Bhagavad-gita, generally the answers or the one word that we spoke about are found in the last verses. Okay? For example, anyone here interested in Sanskrit? You're interested in Sanskrit? Okay. So if you're interested in Sanskrit, this is the first advice that it's given. Select those words which are most important for you or in your studies, right? Like when you're going to drive, you are taught, these instructors, they tell you, be careful when you come to the runabouts, those people who don't live in Australia, New Zealand. I don't know how is it in London. They have runabouts there? Yeah, they have runabouts. Yeah, but runabouts is something that in some countries it's not a thing. In America, you don't have runabouts. It's a rare thing. It's a strange runabout. So, but the thing is that the instructors will say you have to be careful here. You have to look at this side, the different things. So when you want to learn Sanskrit, you just select, because the usual thing is, I'm going to learn the grammar and rules and this and that. But sometimes what I have learned is to just learn those words which are crucial. So what was the one word for chapter 5? Shanti, peace, good. Okay, the one word for chapter 1. What's the title of chapter 1? You have the books in front of you. Observing the armies. Who's observing the armies? Not you. What did you say earlier? Arjun. Arjun observed the armies. Right? And then what happens, essentially, with Arjun? He has a crisis. And then what happens? What does he do? Huh? No, not yet. That's in the second chapter. Yeah, that's later. But what happens here? Yeah, he starts reeling off, right? And then one word, he starts lamenting. So the alternative chapter title is The Lamentation of Arjuna. Arjuna starts literally crying, shivering, and all that. So have you ever lamented? So you're a normal human being. That's good. So the lamentation of Arjuna is what links us with this chapter. Because you have lamented, you may be lamenting, and you will be lamenting. So lamentation, it's a common denominator of us human beings in this material world. So when we lament, we will remember chapter 1. And if you want interested in Sanskrit, go to the very last verse, text 46. Right? Are you there? Yeah? The last line, the fourth line. You there? Sanskrit? What does it say? The first word. Shoka. What's the translation? Lamentation. Shoka means lamentation. We said that Prabhupada says, if we learn one word, we can achieve perfection. Every time we lament, we can think, oh, Arjuna lamented. What did he do? He went to Krishna and asked for help. So that's the next thing we have to do. Krishna, please help me. We will learn that in second chapter. So in that way, we can see that each chapter has one word. One particular word. I can tell you the word in English. I can tell you the word in Sanskrit. And if you're interested, I can tell it in Spanish as well. So, but the point is that in these first 6 chapters, the main person that is being described is whom? You, I, us. Okay? So, I means my lamentation. Right? Second chapter. What's the title of second chapter? Contents of the Gita summarized. You see? Again. Content of the Gita summarized. Okay. What's the main instruction of that chapter? Anybody? Anyone remembers anything about that chapter? That's later. I mean, it's there at the beginning of it. It's like a green mango. Not just yet. Is it? Not yet. That's in. I mean, it's there, but the emphasis is in the next chapter. What's the main instruction of second chapter? Yeah. The main line is, you are not the body. You will hear this in the Hare Krishna movement thousands of times per day sometimes. Huh? You are not the body. You are not the body. Okay, I'm not the body. So what are you then? Spirit soul. That's the first instruction. Right? Don't lament. You're not the body. You're lamenting because of your body. You're the soul. The soul is eternal. The soul is blissful. The soul is wise. So in second chapter, we find the essential teaching of the 6 chapters. The soul, Atma. Right? So in that way, we learn the identity of the soul. First chapter, what's the one word? Lamentation. For those interested in Sanskrit, Shoka. In second chapter, the one word in English, it's the soul, Atma. That's the one thing. The identity, right? In third chapter it's called what? Karma Yoga. Karma means action, sometimes reaction. Oh, that's your karma. Whatever goes around comes around and all that sort of things. So the third chapter talks about the activity of whom? Us. You. Right? That's what the teachings are there for. Fourth chapter, it's called Transcendental Knowledge. What you have to learn. So first of all, your lamentation, then it's your identity, chapter 2, yeah? Chapter 3, your action, your job, your duty. Chapter 4, your learning, transcendental knowledge. Chapter 5, your, remember we analyzed chapter 5? Peace. Your peace of mind. Your effect, your result. Whoever works, you know what's the happiest moment of the month or of the week? or of the fortnight? What is the happiest moment? Those who have a job? Payday! Right? Where is my paycheck? Right? And everyone checks in the phones. Oh, yes, it came through. And if it didn't come through, that's trouble. You are on the phone to payroll or someone, yeah? Something went wrong. So the paycheck, it's peace. That's what Krishna says. Yaptamam shantin richati. And finally, chapter 6, which is called Dhyana Yoga. Dhyana means meditation, right? So in order for us to meditate, we have to use our mind. So chapter 6 is the chapter of the mind. Whose mind? My mind. Our mind. So, and what does the mind do, mainly? Huh? Does that mean something? The mind main activity is to think. Thinking, feeling, willing, yeah? Think. So, my lamentation, okay, let's go. Chapter 1, my lamentation. Chapter 2, my identity. Chapter 3, my activity, my duty, my job, my role. Chapter 4, my learning, right? Transcendental knowledge. Chapter 5, my peace, my result. Huh? Chapter 6, my thinking. Okay? You know how many thoughts per day do we have? There's an average out there. Yeah, how do you know? Good. Yeah. 60,000, some others say 80,000, 90,000. I don't know how they count it. I always wonder every time I read these numbers, who's going with the clicker, tick, 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 tick. What do we think? Okay, chapati or puri, rice or dal or this or that, you know. So thousands of thoughts. Out of all those thoughts, thousands of thoughts, if we just think of one thought, Krishna says, you can achieve perfection. What is that one thought? Think of me. Very powerful. Krishna is summarizing everything. Thousands of thoughts you think, because there's one thing. There will come that day where we don't have time for that many thoughts. And there will be that time of that day when there is a few more minutes left. Now Krishna says, and he explains that in chapter 6 at the end and in chapter 8. If you can think of me, you will come to me. You see how everything is summarized? Okay? So in other words, the one word for the first 6 chapters is you. It's the Atma, it's the soul. Right? And that's what Krishna is explaining. Because we don't have time now. We're going to give you what is the main word for the next 6 chapters. But we're going to take the help of the chapter titles. What's the chapter title of 7? Chapter 7. Knowledge of the Absolute. Who's the Absolute? Krishna. Okay. What's the title of chapter 8? Who's the Supreme? Okay, so that's your answer. Huh? That's your answer. So the next 6 chapter, it's all about Krishna. The first 6 chapter, we may say, it's all about you. The next 6 chapter is all about Krishna. Is that clear? Simple. Okay, we cover 6 chapters in a record time. Now, we are left still with another 6 chapters. I could say easily, okay, let's leave it for next week, but not. Okay, chapter 13 to 18. This requires a little bit of an explanation. Chapter 13 begins with, who's there? 13, are you there? Title? Nature, enjoyer, and consciousness. Nature refers to material nature. So the example is this. Now we know that we are spirit souls. Now we know there is Krishna, yeah? All perfect. Why do we need more explanations? Why don't we just cut it there in chapter 12 and that's it? Because there's a problem. We are in jail. That's the problem. We're in jail. What's that jail? Birth, old age, disease, and death. And again, repeat, repeat, and repeat. So while we are encaged in this place, it's practically impossible to fully experience our true identity, our true consciousness. Therefore, the last 6 chapters of the Gita, they talk about the prison house. Prabhupada called it prison house. That's kind of an old way to refer to jail, isn't it? Huh? Prison house, that's how Prabhupada called it, prison house. So what he's teaching us, Krishna is teaching us in the last 6 chapters, is how we can get out of jail, how we can get out of this prison house. 13th chapter refers to Paramatma, the lawyer who's going to get us out. Chapter 14, the 3 modes. How can we cut these bars? We are in a prison house that it's made of 3 kinds of bars, and we have to cut them all, right? Chapter 16, anyone has been in jail? Don't tell me. No, chapter 15, sorry. The Yoga of the Supreme, how we can connect. Every time a prisoner comes out of jail, what does he or she do? The first thing that they do. You surely have seen movies or see family, see the loved ones. Yoga of the Supreme means returning back home, returning to the best person that you can think of, right? So that's Yoga of the Supreme. Basically, it's the manual of liberation, the Vedas. Chapter 16. Divine and demoniac nature. Again, my question. I mean, must be or could be for justifiable reasons, but anyone has been in jail? When I was, I think, 14 years old, I stole my father's card with another friend, as we do, and then I was learning how to drive. Sure enough, after 2 blocks, there was a police car waiting for us. So he took me to jail, right? And they wanted money. I didn't have money, so I couldn't bribe them. It's South America, yeah. So anyway, so I remember I entered the jail, and there was drunkards there, and somebody had an accident, and I was so scared. And I always remember when I read this chapter about that instance, because the purpose of this chapter, Krishna is explaining about association. We are in this prison house. Associate with those who have good behavior, because they can help you, right? That will work in favor to your liberation, right? To your freedom. If you don't, what happens is that your sentence can be extended, right? Because of misbehavior. And as we know, remember as little kids, right? Some of your friends will tell you, let's do, I don't know the girls, but the boys, go and do this, go and do that. My mother always said, don't hang out with the wrong guys, with those people, blah, blah, blah. So chapter 16 is association. Chapter 17, it's called divisions of faith. Who has attended fire sacrifice? Fire sacrifice? Yeah, you've seen the other day, fire sacrifice. Monday, Ekadasi, you know. There is a most important mantra, 3-worded mantra that it's pronounced in this fire sacrifice. Anyone remembers those? Namo Namaha, close. Yeah, that's there. Another one? Swaha. There is a famous mantra, one single mantra in the Vedas. It's Om. Everybody knows Om. That mantra is multiplied into 3. It's called Om Tat Sat. Right? Every time there is one yajna, sacrifice, fire sacrifice, the main mantra there to seal things properly, it's Om Tat Sat. So if you want to know about Om Tat Sat, you read the last 4 verses of chapter 17. And finally, chapter 18. What's chapter 18 called? Conclusion, the perfection of renunciation. So, Krishna will explain here that if everything fails, call this number. Right? This is the troubleshooting. Right? What does he say in text number 66, which is the most important verse of the whole book? Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you. We talk about prison house. From all sinful reactions, do not fear. So, 3 sections. The first section word is what? The first section word, the one word, us. Okay? You, the soul. The second section word is about Krishna. And the third section, it's about what? The prison house. Okay? Simple. Very simple. Just 3 words. Okay? Just before you go to bed, you think, oh, the 3 words? Okay, I know Bhagavad Gita to some extent. So, and there are 3 questions. That's what I was about to say. The first question is, who am I? And that's answered in full in the first 6 chapters. The second question is, where do I come from? And that is answered in full in the middle section. And the third question is, how do I get out from this beautiful place? Okay? That's explained or answered in full in the last 6 chapters of the Gita. Okay? I'm going to stop here because we already exceeded our time. If there's any other questions? No questions? Anybody? Yeah? Prabhupada said if there's no question, that means? That means that everyone understood everything or no one understood anything. So let's just leave it at that. Srila Prabhupada ki, Jai Bhagavad Gita ki, Jai Gaur Brahmanandi Haribo.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Okay, this is the funky one now. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Namah Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Shunnavadi Paschatyaनि Sutarine. Jaya Jaya Gaurachande Arati Kasubha. Jana Vitato Vane jagamana lobha. Kibodokine nitai chan vame godadha. Nikate apeto srini vasa chatra kala. Himavashi ache Gauracham Ratno Singho Sane. Arati Koren Brahma Adideva Gane. Nara Hari Adi Kori Chamaratulaya. Sanjayano Kunda Basu Gosadigaya. Kiva Sanka Vaje Ganto Vaje Vaje Karo Tala. Madhura mein rang bhaje paramarasala. Sanka baje, ganta baje, madhur madhur, madhur baje. 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 Oh, madhur madhur, madhur baje. Madhur madhur, madhur baje. Nittai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Haribol. Ibabaho Kote Chandra Yini Vadana Yudala Gala Dese Banamalo Kore Jala Mala Shiva Shiva Shuka Narada Preme Gado Gado Akati Vinoda Dekhe Gauraro Sankada Jaya Jaya Gaura Rambe Arotika Shobha Janavitato Bane Jagamana Loha Gaurangera Doti Soa Jagajanno Mana Loha Gaurangera Rutika Soha Jagajanno Manalobha Gaurangera Rutika Soha Jagajanno Manalobha Gaurangera Nutika Sobha Jagajanno Manalobha Jagajanno Manalobha Jagajanno Manalobha Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Haribol. Nitai Gaura Haribol, 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 Haribol. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Pralada lada daine. Pralada lada daine. Hiranyakashi purvaksha. Hiranyakashi purvaksha. Shilatankana kalaye. Shilatankana kalaye. Ito Narsimha Bharado Narsimha. Ito Narsimha Bharado Narsimha. Yato yato yamitato Narsimha. Yato yato yamitato. Oh yato yato yamitato Narsimha. Vai Narsimha Irae Narsimha. Vai Narsimha Irae Narsimha. Narasimha Harim Sharanam Prapadi. Narasimha Harim Sharanam Prapadi. Tavakara Kamala Varenakam Adbhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanubringa Keshavadrita Narari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Nagara Kamala Adhuda Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Narasimhare Jaya Narasimhare Jaya Narasimhare Jaya Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Nitai Gaura Hari Bol